Same. But we're starting? Yeah, I think we start. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me? Too little? Does the online stream hear us? This works? Perfect. So, okay, the stream works already. This is good. Let me try to make this a bit louder. Where are we? Test. It's better now? Nice. Okay. Can the mentors please come up on stage as well? Lukas as well, Jana, Mo, André. Okay. I see a room full of people. I'm super excited about this event. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I promised you it's going to be cool. I think it's going to be even cooler than I thought now that I see so many faces here. We try to do our very best to give you the best experience here, either online or, of course, here in real life. The faces that you see here are going to be the mentors for our next 3 days. So in any point in time, you have questions. Yeah, if you have questions, it's going to be really important that you remember those faces because they are the chats. They can help you as well, of course. We also have here Mo and Jana. They will be in the chat. So if you are coming online now, you can always ask your questions in the chat. They will collect the questions and then at a later point in time, ask those questions and also try to answer the questions along the way. But before we start, a few more words from Paddy and the rest of the team so that you know why they are here and how they can help you. And yeah, I will just take over the microphone really quick.
Thank you so much, Björn. I wanted to say a quick hello. So my name is Patricia. I am Super Team Solana Germany lead. I do not have a technical background, so I'll be learning probably even more than you do. Please don't come for me for technical questions, but but I have a business background. So if any of you have any questions about, first of all, Super Team, what we do, or then potentially the business or investor side of it, come to me. I'd be super helpful to help you and tell you more about what we do. Also, welcome to everyone who traveled from other cities, because I see a couple of faces that came from Munich or from other cities. I know Björn has planned some fun activities for you beyond the coding workshop here. And I think that's it from my end. I'll be working from here. I'll be trying to join in as much as possible for the day, but I'll be otherwise here in the office. So come anytime. Any other questions? Let me know. And look forward to an amazing day. And also thank you so much, Björn, for putting this together. I think you had the idea a couple of months ago, a couple of weeks ago, and kind of just ran with it, organized amazing mentors, got the room, made the program. So thanks, Björn, and look forward to an exciting 3 days. Okay, maybe do you all just want to introduce yourself, say a couple of words?
Yeah, hey everyone. I'm Nick. I'm from Dialect. I'm head of engineering at Dialect, and at Dialect we develop like tools for developers. And currently we are focusing on Blinks. So today I'm here to show you what Blinks are, how to develop one, and how to bring like the new B2C consumer experience on Solana using Blinks with help of Dialect. Yeah.
So, hello guys, I'm also a working student at Super Team. I've joined the team like 2 months ago, like a month ago. And I'm also not very sophisticated and like very informed about Solana. I mean, coding in Solana, but I can get my hands in the first program. So feel free to ask me any questions and I can redirect him to Beyond. I think he's more of an experience than me. Yes, thank you.
Hey guys, I'm Leo. I'm a DevRel at Metaplex, and in these 2 days, well, on Wednesday, we're gonna talk about everything that has to know with Metaplex and NFTs in general. But you can come to me with a question about smart contracts and other stuff. Since before I worked at Turbine as an educator. So yeah, I guess that's it.
Hello, everyone. I'm André. I had the pleasure to work with this guy at Turbine. That's what I'm representing here. Also, most recently, Bjorn is not aware yet, I joined Metaplex as well to the DevRel team. I'll be here to guide you guys through your first smart contract program. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Lucas or Leo. And yeah, thank you.
I'm Lucas. I'm I'm a super team member based in Munich. I was educated by those two guys starting probably like 6 months ago. But I guess by now I'm already working as a freelance developer for a startup on Solana. And I'm happy to help you with the questions that you have in the remainder of this program.
All right. Hey guys, I'm Jana. I joined Super Team together with Mo. If you have any questions, I will redirect them as well to Bjorn. And so I hope we will have fun today and tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and we'll learn a lot of cool stuff. Yeah.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Also, total kudos to Leo because he pitched me this event first. So thank you so much. And with this, I would say we start with the presentations. It's going to be beginner stuff in the beginning, of course, and then we go deeper down the rabbit hole. For those of you who have not really fully read through the program, we will do Blinks today. So it's going to be TypeScript because you can do many cool stuff on TypeScript already on Solana. And then for the day 2, we will have Anchor and Rust. So you will learn how to deploy your first program and how to write it. And then on the 3rd day, we will have a special for Metaplex. Metaplex is the NFT protocol on Solana, I would say, super big, and you will learn lots of things, all the good stuff that you can do there. But before we start now with this, let me first share my screen and tell you a bit more about our event, about Super Team, and what to expect, why we have Solana, why it's there. Okay. Solana. You might have heard about it, I hope. At least you have enough interest to be here and to learn how to build on it. So let's start with what Solana actually is. Solana, it's a blockchain, of course, and it's a blockchain that is built for mass adoption. And the reason why this is the case is because Solana is fast, Solana is cheap, Solana is scalable, and yes, Solana is also decentralized. And with these 4 attributes, you can do really, really cool stuff on the Solana blockchain already these days and build really cool experiences for your users. To give you a short example why it is very important to have cheap transactions, imagine we are now in a world where we finally can pay with stablecoins, right? I don't think it's going to be too far in the future, to be honest. But what happens now if you, let's say, are in a shop and you want to buy something that is really, really cheap, let's say a lollipop or so. So you would pay, let's say, 50 cents for a lollipop, and then how much does the transaction actually cost? Well, if you do it, let's say on Ethereum, chances are that you pay $15 only to get this transaction processed. So way more than the actually item is that you would pay. And I think it's obvious that this makes no sense. If we speak in a Solana context, we have USDC as a stable coin. And if you send this stable coin, it costs you about 0.2, 0.3 cents to get this transaction done. So it's really clear that you can do micropayments on Solana. And the cool thing is, it is super fast. It takes like 2 to 3 seconds, and this thing is done. And all on the layer 1 blockchain. And this is not just me who figured this out, or let's say Solana itself. There's also big players in the industry who saw this. What I have here for you is a slide from Visa. As you can see here, it is stated on the 31st of August, 2023. And it basically shows you the average transaction fees. And you can see really, really good here, the blue line for Ethereum or the yellow line for Bitcoin. And then the Solana is this flat line that goes here through. And I think it makes, if you see those numbers, super obvious that Solana is a good blockchain to process many, many payments and also small payment amounts. And this is also why Visa decided to do a bit more on Solana, to use it actually as their layer for stablecoin settlements. And then one more word to Solana itself. I said, yes, it is decentralized. Sometimes you hear people arguing if it's decentralized or not. I don't want to open up this discussion, but I want to show you some information that we have. All those dots that you see here on the card is actually our nodes. There is more than 5,700 nodes worldwide. A node is basically the entry point into our network. You can think of it a bit like a VPN. You connect there, and then it will send this transaction into the network. And the part why this is so cool about decentralization is because it is more than 400 locations, it's more than 40 countries, and it's more than 6 continents. So if you ask me now if this is decentralized, I would say it's a clear yes. Maybe it's a bit like Elon Musk, who says like, okay, if a car is 1 million times better as a driver than a person, when is it now good enough to be a self-driving car and to give it the chance? Yeah. Another thing that I want to show you now that I told you about the good stuff with transactions and everything is something we call key growth areas. So now we have a blockchain, it is fast, it is cheap. What can I actually do with it, right? And there were 6 key growth areas identified. And I will show you just a few because I like the projects a lot. One, for example, is gaming. Gaming, we have something that's called Star Atlas. Imagine if you have this topic about gaming in Web3, it's really interesting because out of the sudden, it is no longer a company owning the assets that you earn in the game, it's actually you. So imagine the starship that you see, it's something that you own. And then there is a crew that wants to go to a planet. This planet is owned by another person, and on this planet is a mine, and they do the resources. The mine is also owned by another person, and those resources are swapped in the end against US dollars, and everyone can be happy. And of course, you get rent for renting your spaceship to another person. So it's a cool thing if you think of it, because it's not just like in-game money that is kind of useless in the long run. It's really something that you can own and make some profits out of it. We have another area called social. I will not talk too much about it because we have guys from Dialect here today. So I will not talk too much, but I really want to talk about something we call DePIN. DePIN stands for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure. What this means, I will show you in the next slide. We do have two cool projects that I have here today for you. One is called HiveMapper. HiveMapper, you can think of it like a web-free version of Google Street View. So maybe you've seen this Google Street View car going through your street once a year, maybe. The idea behind HiveMapper is to have this on a continuous basis. And the way it works actually is they have this cam, it's called B, it's right here, this cam here. And then what you would do is you put this cam into your car, the camera starts taking pictures, pictures get uploaded, and you get tokens in return. And the cool thing is that if you have many, many cars taking those pictures, there's not this one Google Street View car going through your street, it's a continuous flow. So you always know the conditions of the street, where constructions are, and if you are a fleet manager, this information is really worth money for you and you really want this. The second thing that I want to show you is Helium. Helium is a network. This is also, let's say, the idea is a decentralized mobile network. The way it works is they have those white boxes. You order those boxes, you put them at your router at home, and it opens their own network. And then every time a person who's Helium member, he connects into your network, you earn some tokens. They have a super cool deal in the US. It's only $20 a month for unlimited 5G. I would love to have this in Germany as well. But the really cool part is normally if you are in a place where there is no network yet from them, they have T-Mobile, so it's a really good service. And then I think 2 months ago, first time it happened that T-Mobile actually used the Helium network to offload their data. So there was, I think, 3 or 4 terabytes that were processed through the Helium network because Telecom did not had not enough resources left. Another thing is for creators. Of course, for creators, we have cool stuff. Art is a big thing, especially here in Berlin. So normally I have open ears if I tell people about things that are there for creators. Leo is going to talk a lot about this stuff tomorrow, I guess. We have one platform I want to mention out especially. It's called Drip. Drip is a platform with a technology called compressed NFTs, or CNFTs in short. The cool thing is that it lets you mint lots of NFTs super cheap. So imagine minting an NFT would not be like 15 to 20 bucks on Ethereum. It's now only less than a cent. And then out of the sudden, you can spread those NFTs to the masses. And this is exactly what you can do with Drip. So it's a cool platform that helps creators to connect with their audiences. I have here a screenshot from Bloody. He's actually one of our community members as well. He has more than 100,000 followers on Drip. And the way Drip normally works is that the artists, they can drop you an NFT and then you can mint it. And then the moment you mint it, you send so-called droplets, which is, let's say, their in-game currency, their app currency, in-app currency, directly to the artist. So it's a direct connection in between everything. And it's a really, really nice platform. I can only recommend, if you like art, to just check it out. Our best photographer in the world is also registered there, and he's super happy. So it seems to be a very good platform. Then, of course, we have DeFi protocols. I will not talk about this because this is not financial advice or something like this. Today, we talk about the tech. And of course, we have stablecoins. And with stablecoins, I mean especially the two big ones, USDC, and we also have PYUSD. So a stablecoin, for those of you who don't really know what it is, it's basically the representation of a fiat currency or currency that we use every day on the blockchain. So imagine, normal cryptocurrencies, they are volatile. You really don't want to pay a coffee with it because one day it's worth a lot and another day it is maybe worth nothing. So the cool thing would be, and this is the idea, what if you could use the same currency with the same value, but on chain? So to do that, the way it works, for example, for Circle or PayPal, is they get money from you. Let's say you give them 10 bucks via bank transfer, and then they put this 10 bucks in a safe and give you 10 bucks on chain, and you can use them. And because there is the backing with the money that you gave them, which already exists in the real world, to the money on the blockchain. It's called a stablecoin because it doesn't change. It's backed by the money they have in their bank account. And besides of the tech, there's other cool stuff in Solana as well, and especially on Solana. And this is the factor about human and people. On Solana, events like these are really, really important for us because the biggest and best tech is worth nothing if nobody wants to build on it, if nobody wants to use it. So on Solana, what we try is we also try to connect people that are in the ecosystem, that are interested to meet each other in real life, because it's just a different kind of connection that you have once you saw a person in real life, right? And this is a format, I don't think it will exist in the next year. Next year we will have Apex events, I guess, but this is from the things we used to do. It's called Hacker Houses. The last one, I think, was in October in Hong Kong. Leo was there, I guess, right? Thumbs up. Yes, he was there. Had a good time, the way he looks. Yeah, and the idea really is that you can come there, you can hack together. Normally, the way it works is there are some booths where you can go and talk with the project. There are hacker spaces where you can have an idea and then you can build on it. There's product demos and presentations. So it's a really, really nice event to meet and to connect. And the cool thing is that it's always somewhere in the world. So as I said, the last one was in Hong Kong. Before we had one in London at the beginning of the year. Then we have other formats like startup villages that are in Malaysia. So there's many, many, many events that you can see. And the cool thing is that big part of the community really travels a lot, so you can see them and meet them. And then the last thing I want to talk about is hackathons. This is also very important because this is basically how you can get started with your idea. Once you learned to write some code on Solana, or maybe during the hackathon you learn, but luckily you learned today already. And then the hackathons, normally the way they work, they are online events. But for Berlin, we as Super Team rent normally out, especially this space. And then with this, we help you with mentors and guidance to get your project done. So the idea is that if you need something with your pitch deck, we are there and can help you. If you need something with idea evaluation, if you don't really know if your idea is good enough or if you should pivot in another direction, this is all where we can help and support during this time. And this, for example, is a picture of our last demo day. This is how it all ends. So normally imagine we are 6 weeks together, we hack together, and then there is a big demo day at the end and you showcase your product. And then we had already collected prices for local tracks. So everyone who pitches at the demo day is eligible for extra prices, German only prices. And it's basically a really, really nice day to finish up the hard work that we did, that you did. And then there's the question about Super Team. What is actually Super Team? Why are we here? And it's actually super easy to say. Super Team is basically the social layer of Solana. So we now talked about tech. There's also the aspect of humans. And what we try to do with Super Team is build those communities of people who really want to be engaged in the space. There is worldwide 16 Super Teams. So we are Super Team Germany, but there's Super Team France, there's Super Team UK, there's Super Team Canada, Nigeria, Brazil, Japan, Vietnam. So many, many countries that already spin up this concept. And if you are here in Berlin, you will see that we have many events going on. So on our meetup, every time you will see, for example, this Friday is again co-working Friday, like every Friday, where we sit all together in this room and you can just come and co-work for free. We try to have this as a good place where you can learn stuff as well, of course. But also it should be a place where we can meet together and support each other, because most of the time we face some sort of roadblocks. Doesn't have to be in the dev part, can also be like tons of other things that go wrong. And then, yeah, we try to help you and support you the best. And of course, it's also a place to connect and help. So the idea is that you can come, that you talk, that you meet, and yeah, openly discuss everything that is of interest of you. And to put it in a short way, it's fun. So we have many events please come and see them, join them as well. If you are online on the stream, feel free to come. And yeah, this is basically my part of the presentation.
So, hi everyone, and it's maybe my fault because I gave, oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Björn. You got it. Okay, here you go.
Yeah. Okay, this is about Super Team and everything. Do you guys have any questions about this? Perfect. Then I would say we do 5 minutes break, and then we start with the first Solana basic introduction and continue from there. Thank you, everyone. Okay, das recorded aber auf YouTube. Ja? Ja, ja, YouTube recorded dann.
Wie viele Leute hast du im Livestream?
344.
Mega. Gut.
Ja.
Sehr gut.
Hi, wie geht's dir? Gut, dich zu sehen. Oh. Saarland ist nicht einfach. Aber naja, was willst du machen, ne? Nee, Quatsch. War schon Fun gewesen. Nee, ist schon gut. Also ist halt nicht einfach, also ist super einfach eigentlich, aber weißt du, wenn deine Family und Friends und alles, da hast du halt sehr, sehr wenig Zeit und dann alles vorzubereiten im Workshop und so war schon a lot, aber ja. Heute ist ein Dev-Workshop? Genau, wir machen das komplett über die Zeit. Wir haben jetzt, heute ist eher so, oh Gott, ich kann nicht multitasken. Heute ist eher TypeScript und Solana Basics. Morgen ist Rust und Anchor und dann den Tag drauf ist Metaplex mit Leo. Mo sitzt. Vielleicht schaue ich mir das auch an. Ich stelle ihn dir gleich mal noch vor, ja. Ja, das machen wir. Für mein Laptop und dann. Nice, okay.
So, guys, if any one of you want coffee, we have a coffee machine upstairs. You can go upstairs and get yourself a cappuccino, a coffee, and what you want.
Yeah, that's fair. So sorry for the stream, but the coffee machine was running issues. So thanks, Mo. Let's do it. Bis Mittwoch. Mittwoch ist letzter Tag. Also richtig gut. Also, morgen wird es Enka geben und dann danach gibt es noch Metaplex. Und dann hast du alles. Also ja, wirklich, weil du hast mal was mit TypeScript gemacht, im Frontend, Token-Transfers, alles. Du hast mit Enka einen Smart Contract geschrieben und deployed. Du hast verstanden, was NFTs sind, welche Arten von NFTs es gibt, wie du die benutzen kannst. Du hast eigentlich schon einen ganz guten Deep Dive danach gemacht schon. Also du bist halt auf jeden Fall safe für dann irgendeinen weiteren Kurs zu machen, ob es jetzt Turbine ist oder wo du da Bock drauf hast. Würde ich schon sagen, ja. Also Metaplex kann ich auch gerne mit Im Metaplex geht es halt auch darum, wie du das benutzt. Ne? Also wirklich, wie du Yumi benutzt. Und ich glaube, wir wollen noch was mit Rust machen. Ja. Anchor ist ein Framework dafür. Das schreibst du in Rust, aber das Anchor ist ein Framework, das dir hilft, oft gemachte Fehler zu vermeiden, sicherere Programme zu schreiben. Gerade als Anfänger ist es sehr wichtig, dass du das quasi Anchor lernst, bevor du auf das Native gehst. Weil das ist damals so gewesen, als es Anchor noch nicht gab, gab es viele Probleme und ja, die haben so Makros, wo du dann benutzen kannst und dann, ja, genau. Okay, 11:15. I hope you guys got coffee, are ready for the next part of the presentations. Please have a seat. And then we continue. Does it work? It works. Nice. Okay, then also welcome to the new faces here in the room. There's drinks in the fridge over there. There's a coffee machine upstairs. There's going to be food in the evening. And there's lots to learn. So I hope you're still with us. Second presentation today, we talk about the Solana basics. It's important to know that Solana works a bit differently. We already heard that it is fast and cheap and everything, but actually the question comes up, how do you make this happen? And this is a bit what this presentation is about. It's a broad overview. It's not a deep dive, but it's enough that you get a good understanding how it works and what it is. I got in the break one question about how important programming knowledge is. So if you are in a position where you say you did anything with web development, I think you are super safe. So no worries. We will do some JavaScript, TypeScript coding later after this presentation, and then in the afternoon with the blinks and stuff. And then you can touch grass and we'll see that it's doable. No worries, no worries. You're also in good hands. We have many mentors here as well. And the idea how we structure is that we tell you what we want to do. We do live coding, and then we give you the chance to code it yourself. And then if you run into any problems, we help you fixing those problems along the way. And then we continue with the next part. But now back to the presentation. So the presentation is called Solana Basics. And the idea is that at the end of this presentation, you understand how Solana works in a general overview. You understand what an account is, you know what a transaction is, what an instruction is, and all the good things we have. Okay, let's start. So to begin with, Solana comes with some sort of technical advantages. It's a fast confirmation time. It has low transaction fees. And most of the time, this is because our programs are stateless and they can run in parallel for this. This is also a reason why, for example, you can do a lot with TypeScript already, because our programs can be used for many reasons. So imagine you have your own token. If you are now on Ethereum, for your token, every time you have to deploy your own program on chain. With Solana, we have token mint programs, SPL programs, everything like this. So all you have to do is basically install the NPM package and tell the program on chain, look, I need a new token mint, and it will return it, which is a super nice thing for you, because the way Solana is built is that we have those big protocols like Metaplex, for example, as well, who build out these amazing features. And then all you have to do is use their contracts and programs, which is a really nice thing and is easier for you to build and makes things way faster. Okay. So how does it actually work? In comparison to other networks, we don't have mempools or something like this. We have our epochs, and in every epoch, everything is pre-planned. I think epoch is about 2.5 days. And then within this time, you already know who has the next slot. And these are our leaders. And then our transactions are going to be forwarded right towards the leader. So it is not a way where you would bundle transactions and then it comes a validator and uses and just takes the transaction that has the best fees for them. It's more like, okay, we already know who is the next leader, and we do our very best to make sure that those transactions go to the right leader. And this makes it very efficient. We do have a block time of 400 milliseconds in Solana. To give you an example, at Ethereum, the layer 1 is about 10 seconds per block. Bitcoin is even slower. So it is a really fast network, and therefore all we have to do is we have to make sure that it gets even faster. So your transaction goes to a leader. This leader puts it in the block and then sends it to the validators. And from there, it's going to be distributed through the network. The validators vote on the block that it's correct. And after, I think, 20 confirmations or something like this, it's supposed to be finalized, which is normally after a few seconds. So for this part, as you see, important more or less for you is not really this part because it's just good to know. You will not normally write code and have this in mind for your implementation. It's way easier. But what you should know is we have those fast confirmation times and the low transaction fees. And the very important thing here is that our programs run in parallel. So to tell you how this works, actually, let's dive a bit deeper how this whole idea is. Maybe some of you have heard from the Linux idea that everything is a file. On Solana, we have something that's called everything is an account. And then there's two types of accounts. There is an account that's executable, and there's an account that's non-executable. The executable accounts are programs, and the non-executable accounts are accounts that store data. And because we have those data accounts, we have our programs that have not any state, and this is why we can reuse them. If you want to do something, you will hear a term called rent, which is a very important term to know. Rent is basically the storage that you have on the chain. So imagine you have now an account. If you want to have this account to hold your tokens, you have to pay rent for the account. It's a small fee in Sol, but you have to pay it. And then I think before last November, it was the case that every epoch you would pay a little bit of Sol. So it was an actual rent. By now, we are rent-free. So the idea is that you use this storage, you allocate it, you pay the rent. But the moment you decide to no longer use your account, you can close it and you get your rent back. So it's more like a deposit in a way. Yeah. And then only the account's owner can debit, Sol, or modify data. I think this is pretty clear. Every account, by the way, is owned by a program. And your wallet is owned by a program called System Program. This is how it looks like. I will not go too deep into it because honestly, we will do it later. But as you can see already, it is more or less JSON objects, easy to read. We also have our is executable Boolean there that says if it's a program or not. So it's really a straightforward thing. Then what you should know is we have the smallest unit. It's called lamp ports. You will see the lamp ports a lot. You can also see here lamp ports as a number on the slide. Yeah, lamp ports is the smallest unit. So if you hear about Bitcoin, they call it Satoshi. At Solana, it's called lamp ports, and it's 1 billion lamp ports. And then we have programs. Programs are executable programs. This is basically what we will talk about on day 2 when Turbine takes over. The idea is that the programs can be written in different languages, programming languages. Normally, you might have heard about Rust because this is the most commonly used one. And then you can write them also in C and C++. But there's also more these days. We also have a framework called Anchor. And this Anchor framework is what you will be taught tomorrow because it is basically a framework that helps you, especially as a beginner, to prevent the most made mistakes, let's call it like this. And it's more like you write your code and then it compiles and creates more code for you. But you will see it, it's not too hard. And then on top of it, there is a thing called Seahorse. Seahorse is basically the Anchor program for Python. So you can also write in Python Solana programs. And then recently released was Poseidon, which is a TypeScript framework. So now you can even use TypeScript to write programs on Solana. So the tools for developers are getting more and more as I speak. And the opportunities that you can build then with whatever background you have are just changing, and evolving. And then a very important point is programs are stateless. So the reason why programs are stateless is because we can now reuse them. So imagine I want to send you US dollar now, I can use the token transfer program. If I want to send you bonk, I can basically use the same program. And therefore, we cannot have the programs store how much bonk you earn. We really have it in your accounts, like your data accounts. And that's basically it to the programs. And then we have one more thing that we have to talk about, which is instructions and transactions. If you know Zapier, you might know multi-step steps. And I think the easy way to think about an instruction is a step in such a step. So imagine I want to send you something. This is an instruction. If I want to do something, this is all one step as an instruction. And then in the end, what we do is we add those instructions into a so-called transaction. Just imagine you would put this all in a box and then you sign the transaction and this is how it goes through. So it's basically a package around an instruction. Also, again, because we will do this in a few minutes with a soul transfer, I will not go too deep into this kind of programming code here because it will just be way more clearer the moment you use it. And then again, as I said, we have the transactions. Think of the transactions that they are like a wrapper around the instruction. Yeah, and you see it here. Okay. What you should know is that a transaction is atomic. Atomic means an instruction either passes or fails. This is important because if you imagine you would have multiple instructions and at some point your instruction fails, let's say you have let's go back into the idea of Zapier. Let's say you have a 5-step step and then at step number 3, it fails. If you do this on a blockchain, it's really bad because if you transfer tokens in step 1 and 2 and then step 3 fails, it just doesn't work at all. And you are in a state where you send tokens, but you didn't really get the result. So therefore, we say it has to be atomic, which means either every step in this process does work, and then it's got a tick in the box and it's executed, or it fails because at some point during those steps, it did not work, and then it reverts everything. Same like a database transaction as well. And then there's one last thing. It's this life cycle of a transaction. It's also very more or less obvious, I tried to say. So we were talking about those RPC clients. So imagine we have our network, and then you want to send a transaction into the network. The way this works is through a so-called RPC. You can think of it also like maybe I had one talk with somebody who said it's like Tor, maybe you can think of it like as well, right? So the RPC client is more or less your entry gate, and then there's the Solana network, which you can access through it. So every transaction that you do, you send it to the RPC client, and then the client sends it to the network. And then in a bit more detail, what you can see here is, let's say you have your transaction here. The transaction is sent from you. You are, in this case, the client. You send it to this RPC, which is basically the entry door to the network. From there, it goes to a so-called validator. And the validator looks into your transaction and looks, what should I do with it? Here, this is about a so-called counter program. The idea is that there is a counter on the blockchain, and every time you call this transaction, it counts the counter bit +1. And then this validator in this place would just say, okay, look, there is this program, please call it, please do a +1 on the counter variable, and that's basically it. So this is how you can think of it. I think it's also very straightforward, so there's not so much to say. The interesting part, though, is that we here have a program, and the program has this transaction here. And it says, okay, run the +1. And then what you have to imagine is there is no counter in the program itself because the program is stateless. So there is this account which is there to hold the state of the program. So it's called a PDA, a program-derived address. And it's basically, you can think of it a bit like a wallet for a program. So programs have their own wallets and they control it. It's going to be way more clear later. You can also think of a hash map, but you will see tomorrow how it all works. I promise you it will make sense at some point, at least. Yeah, this is it from the takeaway part. We do have developer resources here as well. And then if there is no questions, are there questions? Yeah. So a state is basically the place where it says all the information that is more or less specified to you is in a program. An easy way is a wallet. A wallet holds your account balance, right? So you have a Solana account, and then you have associated token accounts for every token that you use. For example, USDC or USDT, Bonk, whatever it is, right? So the thing now is, if you are in a world where, let's say in Ethereum, this state who says how many tokens you own from this thing is right into the program. So this program also is has sort of a bottleneck, because if I now send a token to you, then another person cannot really send a token, because it would first have to make sure that the balance is updated and everything, right? And yes, correct. Because the way it works on Solana, let's say you have, let's go back. Let's imagine this account here. Let's say this would be a wallet, your wallet, and this would be your associated token account for USDC, for example, right? So all I have to do is I have to check if you want to send USDC, we take a program, it looks how much USDC do I own? It does not check this in the program that is for USDC, like the USDC token. It checks it really in my wallet, and it says, okay, I have this much money. And then it kind of logs it and sends it to you over, which is also pretty cool, because this means that you only temporarily lock the account where your token is stored. So this means that if I send you USDC, it locks my USDC account, but all the other accounts, like let's go again with Bonk or something like this, are still free and can be used to do anything else with it. Yeah, makes it sense? Yeah, sure. It's ordered the way you add it.
Yeah, so by time. So if I send my transaction first,
yes.
and you do the second, my transaction will be executed first on the
Yeah, there's a block hash about it. So it sends it to the next validator. You get a block hash and then it sends it there. Yeah.
So it's fee ordering. Is it time or fee ordering? Can I pay more fee to get my transaction?
Yeah, we have priority fees.
Yeah.
And Cheeto tips, it's called. Yeah. Yes, you can do that.
Just wanted to add that you cannot actually front run, because like it's impossible to front run a transaction. You can pay more for a higher chance to include the transaction info, but you cannot actually order transaction based on fees. It's like adding a better fees.
Yeah.
It gives you a better inclusion inside of a block, but you cannot, like, it's not like order based on the fees.
Okay, but how then transactions are validated based on what?
You send a transaction to the validator creates the block. It's the validator that decides the order on the transaction.
But why when you have priority fee, the priority fee most of the purpose of the priority fee?
For inclusion, because you get a lot of transactions, so the higher the fee you pay, the higher the possibility of like your transaction getting included. But it's not actually.
It is included in this block.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
I have to think more. I think I will have more questions.
You can ask them now. It's.
I have to
Okay.
for a second.
Okay, sure. Yes.
I just have a question on, does the RPC client and the leader in the previous slide you have shown the same, or are they sort of the different?
You mean here?
Yeah, this in the beginning you have shown the leader who gives the blocks forward to the validator. So are both the same or?
Wait, looking for the slide.
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
If they are the same.
Yeah. Like the leader and the RPC client, are they?
No.
No. Okay.
No, because the RPC is where you send the transaction and the RPC sends it to the leader.
Leader. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah.
What?
A question about, you said there is no new pool.
Yeah.
So how does it work exactly? Is there a place where I can see all the transactions? Like what's going to be next, or what exactly is the epoch and how similar and what's different from the new pool?
Yeah. There is a document about it from Turbine and Helios, I guess. It's a very good read. I haven't finished it. I think there is something called the gossip network where you can basically send those transactions to. And then I'm actually not so 100% sure about it because it's still on my list to read it. But Leo, may I borrow you for a sec? Yes. Please come. This is why we have them here. So the question was, if there is no meme pools, how does it actually work?
So pretty much, it's like the validator can decide to order the transaction as they can. There is different validator that actually does that. So there is, for example, Paladin that doesn't front run and back run, and it just like arb the difference. For example, when the volume it's high, and that's how they make money. But actually, the normal validator doesn't have a meme pool, and it's pretty much is like based on priority fees and locked account. So based on how many account we will need to go a little bit more like very, very low level to understand how a transaction gets included. But just know that the validator pretty much like locks accounts every time you, for example, mutate the data inside of the account. So for example, when you transfer token, you will mutate the token account from one amount to another. And so that constitutes a lock for the account. And every time you lock an account, you cannot relock it in the same block. So pretty much it's like it goes to priority fees and says, okay, this account gets blocked 2 times. I'm going to include only the one that paid an higher priority fees. But it's like, it's not the validator, and it's like you can't natively front run a transaction inside of Solana because there is no mempool, because the transaction gets sent directly into the validator. Nobody sees that. Only the validator sees the transaction. That's why there is no mempool. Yes.
Yeah, I understand the point of the mempool because everyone sees what's happening when they can do this. Did I understand correct? So users pay priority fees to get included in a certain block, and in this block are transactions, and they will be validated based on time or based on like first come first serve, or a validator can choose which one to validate first.
So usually the native account just do based on priority fees. So it's like it gets the highest priority fees it takes. So I can like submit a transaction because the thing is like you don't submit transaction directly to the validator. You can submit transaction, for example, 3-4 blocks before, and since there is 400 millisecond, then will get included like after 4 blocks based on, for example, if you don't have any priority fees. If you want to include it like right that second, you will need to have an higher priority fees for instant inclusion, because you like the first way to decide what transaction gets included is like what's the highest value that I can gain for including that transaction.
For example, I pay priority fee to get included in block B, but in this block B, my priority fees are not the highest.
So it will just go down like from the highest priority fees.
Based on this block.
Yes, and it's not just based on that block, because then if it doesn't include in that block, the validator will just send it to the next validator, and so. it's not like they're delegating. It's just all the they get a lot of transaction inside, and like they just include some of them because naturally the block is a fixed size, and the one that doesn't include it gets sent to the next leader, directly to the leader. So there is no mempool for that.
What's the maximum transactions each block?
No. I don't have the. Yeah, so there is a limit in the transaction side. I'm not sure how much is a block, so I can't say. Like for example, you can include up to 1 megabyte of instruction inside of a single transaction. I'm not sure how big is a block, but it's way more than 5. Like yes, way more than 5. No, you can't intercept because of like the old model. The way that transaction gets sent, I think, is done via turbine. It's called the method, and this is like mempool-less. Like the transaction gets sent from validator to validator.
So they're like they're aware of identities of each other, and they can check them.
They just send the shreds of the transaction. Yes.
They know, so they know each other.
Yes, this is how quality of stake works. So it's like the highest stake into a validator. When they send the transaction to another validator, they have higher inclusion, because it's like if you have a lot of stake inside of your validator, you're sending transaction to another validator. It means you're probably not going to spam the other validator with worthless transaction. It's very, very low level stuff, so probably it's kind of hard to explain if like you need to really see how every piece is moving, because it's really different, I think, from what we're used to for other network. So yeah, hopefully it was clear enough.
You're the best. Thank you so much. So for those of you who want to read more about this, I already put here report.helios.dev on the screen, but I will also for 1 second show you the screen as well. It's actually one of the reads I have on my mind to read over the holidays. So I hope you can. Oh no, wait, it's just in the stream. 1 more second. It's gone. Okay. One sec. Technic. Present screen. All right. So now you should be able to see it. So this document, it's called How Solana Works. And it's basically from Helios and Turbine. Helios, they are RPC providers. Turbine are the guys who gonna do a really amazing course tomorrow. So it's really about how is Solana built, how does it work. So it's a really nice deep dive. It also explains to you the consensus and everything. So it's a long read. This is why I haven't done it yet, but I promise I will read it, and I can only recommend it. Yeah, because I just got recommended it, I think, last week, and it must be really, really good. So report.helios.dev is the domain, and it's also a PDF, so you can download it and then read whenever you like. Okay. Do we have more questions? Perfect. So in this case, I would recommend that we do a leg stretch till 12. It's like 15 minutes. And then we start with the token transfer and the programming part and everything. Okay? Nice. Thanks. Yeah. Okay. Ist ja nicht schwer, ne? So, everyone, it's 12. One short thing, there was a question about food. We considered to do a lunch break from 1 p.m. on. So let's say half an hour. If you haven't been in this area, there is not so much to go to. So I would recommend you to use Uber Eats maybe, or some sort Volt or Lieferando, whatever apps there is, and then just order something, because if you go out, it's not just cold, it's also very little things available. So yeah, it's okay. Yes. Good. Good. Okay. With that in mind, I have to ask my stream, Mo, does it work, everything? Can you see my monitor? Or Jana, what? Now it's working, right? Is it on? Okay, nice. Okay, so with this, I will now guide you through our first coding example. I will not lie to you guys. It's first time live coding for me, so I'm quite nervous, but we will manage it. So yeah, back to our programs. A few refresher. We now heard, okay, there is accounts on Solana. Everything is in account. The account is either executable or not executable. So if an account now is executable, question is, what are programs? Well, there's different kind of programs that we have on Solana. We have so-called native programs. This is the system program, the stake program, the vote program, the BPF loader, and the ED25519. For us, in our example now, we will use the thank you, André. You're good support, mental support. The system program is the one we're going to use for doing a SOL token transfer, a SOL transfer. And then there is on-chain programs, which is basically what you will do tomorrow. From the workflow here, if you think about programs, I mean, you have the program. It says smart contract here because this is basically what you normally hear. Everyone besides of Solana calls their smart contracts. If it's an on-chain program, we normally use the term program. You write it, you deploy it, and then you connect the front end with it. This is the normal workflow. And to start with everything, short info for you guys. The idea is that I show you how you can do things, but especially now, if we talk about installing stuff, it makes total sense that you do it right now already. And then we give you the chance to try yourself out in the, let's say, when the coding is done, and then we help you deepen everything. So the first thing here is if you go to docs.solanalabs.com/CLI/install. This is a link. One sec, I have to type it in. Which brings you. Yeah. Store. So it brings you to the installation of the Solana CLI, the command line interface. There's multiple ways you can do it. I think the recommended one and the easiest one is to run this curl. There's also, if you go down there, use Homebrew. So I think it's, for those of you who have Homebrew installed, it's brew install Solana. Since I already have installed the CLI, I will not do it here, but the idea is that you go to the website, you say execute, and then you get the CLI up and running. Nice. And then once you have installed the CLI, you create a new key pair. The way you do it is you say Solana minus keygen new. Is there issues with installing the CLI? Is the internet working? Everything good? Let me take this. Oops. Yeah, sudo. Put sudo in front. Sudo S, yeah. In front of the prompt. But you can figure it out. Does it work? Homebrew? Yeah, so there's a formula from Homebrew, which is, whoa, sorry. Brew install Solana. Do you have Homebrew installed? Then it's basically just a command, I guess. Okay, on the other hand, I will just continue a bit and then we can maybe bug fix whatever is needed to be fixed. So first we install, we do it then a bit later, then you at least see the code and then you can do it afterwards. Okay. So you install the CLI. Once you install the CLI, you will create a new key pair. Is anyone, so no, let's just show of hands. Who has the CLI installed already? Okay. And yeah, okay. I think it's almost half of the room. Let's continue. And then we make the CLI everything in the break. So the next step is that you create a new key pair. Anyone has created a new key pair? Yes? 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 Show of hands. Nice. I still have the feeling that there's some issues with the installation of the tool, so maybe we wait a few more seconds. It's in chat. Okay. Right. Yeah. It's unknown. Okay. Give me 1 second. Good work? Nice. Sure. Are we good?
I can only see Solana as administrator, but not Solana administrator.
Because you're installing a new program, you need administrator access.
Yeah, but I can see it as administrator, but I'm not logged in and count as administrator, but just a user. I don't see the Solana. I only see Solana as administrator.
Okay.
It's fine. I can always use this.
Yeah, as long as you can run the program.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I think by now many of you already have it installed and everything worked. So I will just continue. just that you maybe understand a bit better what we're doing here. So the way a blockchain works is you have a so-called wallet. The wallet, you can think of it like your account as a user. Like if you have a Google account or whatever, this is basically your wallet in the Web3 world. And then this CLI tool is just to do a few basic things, right? And what we do here now is we create a new key pair. The key pair consists of two keys. The one is the private key, and the other one is your public key. The public key is the one that you can send, and it's also used to receive your tokens, right? And then the private key is the one that you should never ever share. So to make it a bit more clear, I also gonna run this command now. Solana minus keygen new. Yeah, okay. So I cannot run it because I already have a key pair and it would override it. So I will leave it as it is right now. But for you, what is on the screen, normally it shows you your public key if it worked. So the way as you say enter, it asks you if you want a BIP39 phrase or not. In our case, you can just say enter and you're good. And then what it does, it stores a file called id.json in your home folder. So you in your home folder, you have a .config/Solana, and then there is the id.json file. Good.
Those who have
Okay, I just renamed my ID file so that you can see how you go through it. So basically, I say here Solana minus keygen new. Then it asks me to enter a passphrase, BIP39. I don't have it. I just say enter here. And then what you can see is it creates me my pub key. So this is basically the key that you can share. This is the key that's available. And that is basically also the address where you receive the tokens. And then what you can see is it has this file here in my home folder again. It's .config/solana/id.json. And in there is your private key. So this is the one you should not share. Okay. Because I just created this one and I will never ever use this wallet, I will just print it so that you see how it looks like. But you should, not, if you intend to use the wallet that you just created, you should not share it, right? Here, this is just a test case and I will not use it again, so I will just do it. So I say, so for me right now, just that you can see how it looks like, it's basically this array out of numbers. This is my private key. And then out of this key, you can basically get the public key and everything like this. We will use it later also in an example. So right now, the wallet we just use, just think of it like a throwaway wallet. You will never use it. You only use it during the time we have this execution and the test, and then that's it. Yeah.
Can I generate infinite amount of public key for every private key, or is there one fixed public key to a private key?
The public key is to a private key. The private key is to a public key.
Yeah, can I generate many public keys from one private?
Maybe. I don't think so. I think it works in Bitcoin something like this, right? You have always another receiver key, but this is a UTXO, so it works in general different, I guess. But I'm not too deep into it. But yeah, just create a new key pair. Okay. So where was I? So now that we have our key pair, we can do a few things. The first thing we should do is we should make sure that we are in DevNet. You can say Solana. You can do this with Solana config get, and then it should say for the RPC URL, it should say api.devnet.solana.com. Maybe you have read about clusters. Maybe you have read about testnet, devnet, mainnet. Just short refresher. So the idea is that in testnet, you don't go because it's more like for validators and really testing the network. You normally develop in devnet. And then in devnet, you can basically play around, deploy your code and everything. And then if everything works and it's fine, you can then later on deploy it into mainnet. But for here, for the purpose of our exercise, we are in devnet. The cool thing about devnet is that you have play money, and the way you can get play money is about the airdrop command. So if I now say Solana airdrop 1, it should normally give me an airdrop. Right now it does not, which is shit. Let's try again. Okay, that's not good. So there is rate limits to this command. My rate limit is over. What you also can do is you can go to the Solana faucet, which is a website. So if you say faucet.solana.com, what you also can do is you can put in your public key that you just had in the command line, and you say you want the amount of 1 sol. And then it said airdrop successful. So if you cannot run the command line tool, Solana airdrop, then just do it over the website here. And then also what you can do is you can say Solana balance to see how much is on your wallet. And for me right now, it's now 1 sol because I just got it over the website. Yes. Yeah. Well, a mainnet faucet would be amazing, but no. Yours says mainnet? Okay, then we have to switch. No. So for those of you who have the problem that the RPC URL is mainnet here. So if let's do it differently. If your RPC URL does not say ipa.devnet.solana.com, it just means that your CLI is still pointing to the mainnet, and we don't want this. We want to be in the devnet. And the way we do it, we run this command called Solana config set --URL devnet. And then it switches the configuration towards devnet. And then you can again try to run Solana config get. And it will show you, hopefully, that you are in devnet now. Did it work? Perfect. Everyone else? No? Okay, I come to you. Or Jana, do you think you can help here to switch to DevNet? Oh, for the airdrop. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So if you have the rate limit for the airdrop, please copy your public key and then go to faucet.solana.com. This is the website. Yeah? No, honestly, I have no idea why it is. Yes. A pop-up from Cloudflare here at the faucet. Did work. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I don't know what the reason is when the CLI sometimes is not working, but let me also put it in the chat very quick. So and then in the perfect world, if you say config get, it gives you the devnet config. And if you say Solana balance, it tells you that you got maybe 1 sol, whatever you requested there. I think 1 sol is good to go, so the faucet doesn't got empty. Anyone has still problems? You're good? Yeah. Yes, but just take a sol also. Yeah, that should be sufficient. Does it work? Work? There? The faucet website did not work? Can you say Solana balance in the CLI? Zero. Okay, I'm gonna send you some sol. Yeah, please do it because my phone is there. Same issue? Okay. Ja. 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 Das wäre cool. Das wäre super, Dankeschön. Does it work? Okay, anyone who has no Solana balance right now. So if you say Solana balance in the tool, it should say 1 sol or whatever you requested. You don't have it? In you as well. Okay. In this case, Mo will help you. He's just gonna airdrop you some DevNet Sol from his wallet, and then we go through this. So there was a question: wallet address is the public key pair, right? Yes, it is it's a public key pair. That's true. I also shared a link, tinyurl.com/devnetsol, which brings you to a sheet, and then I think it's the wrong link. Shit. Anyone with a link? Maybe you can just put in there your wallet address, and then Mo can easier send you the Sol. Yeah. Smart. Okay. You have no. Okay. Could you put your wallet address in the sheet, maybe, in the spreadsheet, or more? More. Can you just go over there and give them an airdrop? Yeah, it's always a thing with those faucets. It's what it is. But the rest is all right. You guys have? You have Sol. Yes. You're lucky. Thumbs up. Nice. Nice. Perfect. Okay, so Mo is gonna solve this issue, and then okay, where were we? Again, Solana balance. It says 1 Sol in my case, so I'm good to go. If you want, for example, you could now already use the CLI to send some Sol if you want to. So just let's see if someone put a wallet address in there. Of course not. Shit. Mo. Bruce, willst du mal gerade deine Wallet-Adresse in dieses Faucet-Ding reinmachen? Also mir schicken? Nee, warte. Immer bitte auf. Ich habe hier diese Tabelle. Ist es hier weg? So only put their address in if you really need some Sol and the faucet is not working. Otherwise, we continue in 2 seconds. Did you put it in there? Yeah. Mo, can you put your address in the sheet, maybe? Or anyone who is right now on the sheet can put their public key in there, just like for one test. Perfect. Thank you. So just that you see it, we're now in the console, right? And theoretically, you could already send some SOL. So, for example, you say, so already, if you, for example, want to send you some SOL in DevNet, the way it works is you say Solana transfer, you put in the wallet address, and you say the amount that you want to send. And then it already works. So it's a super easy, super straightforward way. It's just on a command line. This is the signature. So if you want to see what you actually did is you just go to the Solana Explorer, and then you can put in the address, the signature, and then you see here our transfer we just did. Okay. Okay. I think we are good now. Okay, everyone has DevNet Sol, everyone has seen this. We can now start working coding, right? Yes? Perfect, okay. Finally. Okay. So what we do today is a very easy token transfer. So basically, what I just did here in the CLI, where I said Solana transfer the address and the amount, we are going to do this now in JavaScript. So super easy, super straightforward, just that you see that you can also do it super fast. Yeah. So to get started with, we start, of course, with the folder. So I'm going to put the microphone here and see how I can code with it. So the idea would be like we create a folder called Solana transfer Bootcamp. And then we cd into the folder. And then we initialize the project, npm init-y. And then what it does is creates us a small project. We can open it with the terminal that we like. I use Cursor. It's a really cool terminal. I can only recommend you using it if you don't have a terminal yet. So let's make this a bit bigger. And then also what we want to do is we want to install the Web3.js. So I say npm install Solana Web3.js. And then what you can see is we now have our package.json file. And also we have node modules. The next thing that we want to do is we want to add a wallet file. So we create a new file. We call it wallet.json. And in this wallet.json, we put in a private key. And then again, please do not do this if you want to intend to use this wallet for longer or again. But for me, in this time, all I have to do is basically I copy paste the key pair. the private key, and I add it here. Okay. And we need the private key to sign transactions later. Next step, we create a new file. We call it transfer.js. And then we have a few ideas what we want to do with it. So I really have to type now. I put the microphone a bit down. Or, yeah. Yeah? This year is the Visual Studio Code or Cursor. Have you already installed editor? Okay. What I can recommend to you is a really nice one. It's called Cursor. It's a cursor.sh, I guess. It's a really cool editor that you can use. Otherwise, there's also VS Code that you can use as an editor as well. Yeah, perfect. And yeah, so let's start. First of all, we need a function. Async function transfer. And then we make a few thoughts what we want to do. So first of all, we want to import the wallet. Then we want to create a key pair from our file, from the wallet file. Then we need a connection, so we initialize. Then we add the recipient address. Then we create the instruction. And we create the transaction. We had it before that we said, like, okay, we can have multiple instructions. Instructions are added into a transaction. And then once this transaction was created, we're going to send the transaction. And we will log the signature. So this is basically what we want to achieve now. And the way we do it is we start with the wallet. So let's import the wallet. Wallet, nope. Wallet. And then we want to create a key pair from the wallet. So we have to import key pair. JS. And then we take from here the key pair. And then we create the key pair from the wallet. So we say const key pair equals key pair dot from secret key new unit 8 array. And then we take our wallet. We take the private key. And then we need a connection. So the connection, as we said before, is to send the transaction into the network. So we say const connection equals new connection. And then the question is, what is our connection? Well, our connection is the DevNet. So it's HTTPS api.devnet.solana.com. It's basically, if you think of it, it's also when we say Solana config get, it's the same address here. So it's, you can also just copy paste it. And then we have to tell it what status is. So we want to have it confirmed. After that, we need a recipient where we can send it to. So let's say const recipient equals new. We need a public key for this. So it's a new public key. And then let's just make someone from our table happy. So let's just took this one here. So far what we have is we have our wallet file that we have created here. And then we have loaded this file. We used this private key that we have in the file and created a key pair out of it. Then we had created the connection with the DevNet API, and the state is confirmed. And now I just added a recipient, so the person we want to send the transaction to. And then the next step is that we create our instruction. The instruction will basically be sent. So, yeah?
Could you show the wallet JSON one more time?
Yes, sure. So what I did, so again, here, what we do today, we just created this new key pair, just use it for today, or let's say for the duration of this course, and then forget about it, right? This way you can easier deal with the private key. What I did is I opened this file here. So you have on your folder, you have a .config file /solana/id.json. And this file has your private key.
And how I get it? How do I get it to show just to paste this address?
Yeah, so it's Windows. You have to see. Normally, I always use the cat command for it, or you can also use this. But for Windows, it's different. Let's look for it. Did you manage to get it?
Yes.
What was?
I got it already. I can compare it.
Okay. You don't remember
What?
how you printed it on Windows?
I don't know because I already started with the editor.
Yeah.
So I already had the folders and came to this folder. So I got this one.
Oh, nice.
I also managed to have another one.
Mm-hmm.
And that was very cool ABC beginning to the private to the public.
Yeah.
Yeah, but somehow you need an editor.
I have an editor.
Yeah, it's already on.
Yeah.
So then,
Is this the developer slide that you are just showing right now?
It's a source transfer. Or what do you mean with the developer slide exactly?
So what are you showing right now?
This is just where you get your private key from.
Okay.
And then this private key you put in this JSON file that I just showed you.
Yeah.
How far are you? Let me come to your place and we can discuss, okay? Yeah. Yeah, sure. So? Yeah. It's only a few lines of code, right? So I also pushed the code into a GitHub repository, so you can also follow this along. Just because I promised you to be done by almost in 1 minute, give me the opportunity to just finish the code, and then we will still keep it there, and I'm going to show you, I will share the link and everything, right? So you will not be lost. I will just continue that you see the flow. Yes? The question is, we have a chat? Yes, we have a chat. Normally it's from our stream, but maybe I can also give you.
Can you put the code into the G tab?
Yes.
What how is it called?
Wait. It's this link here, and I'm going to put it on the screen. So there's going to be the GitHub repository for it. Is it still on the screen if I do this? No, it's not. Shit. Okay. So it's basically our GitHub repository. It's called Superteam Germany. And then there is one repository called dev-bootcamp. There you can find it. We will do a chat in the break so that we all have a chat. We'll do Telegram group, something like this. It's a good idea. So for now, as I said, let me just continue finishing this. And then we do the group and everything. Carlo, maybe you can, do you think you can do a Telegram group? Yeah. So that we can add everyone in it?
I sent you a QR code.
Perfect, thanks. Okay. GitHub, yes. It's github.com. If you click on Super Team Germany docs, you can click here on Super Team Germany, and it will show you all our repositories right here. So it's, and then there is Dev Bootcamp. So you go to Super Team Germany, you will see this page. Mo, can you please support? Okay, and then you go to repositories and to Dev Bootcamp, right? Okay, nice. So coming back, okay, what do we have? We have the wallet. The wallet is imported. The imported wallet, we use it to create a key pair out of it. We have a connection to connect into the DevNet where the state is confirmed. We have a receiver, which I just put out of our address here. So it's the first one in the Google sheet. And then next thing is we do a instruction, which is basically telling Solana what it should do. And in our case, we want to send some SOL. So how do we do it? Danke. So we just say const transaction. Danke. And then we say system program, which we first have to import here. And we use the transfer from the system program. And then it's actually super straightforward because the system program already kind of knows what it should do. So you tell it from what it's sending. So it's basically us. And we just created a key pair. So we take our key pair and say, we use our public key of it. Then we have to tell it where to send it. So this is to_pub key. And I say it's recipient, but it cannot be just recipient. It has to be a public key. So it's a new public key recipient. And then I only say how much I want to send. So we remember we said that the smallest unit that we have in Solana is lamp ports, right? And then there is 1 billion lamp ports. And in my opinion, the easiest way to, because you always send lamp ports, to do it in a human readable format is you say lamp ports to SOL, which is basically a variable, which you can use to multiply everything. So if I want to say send 0.1 SOL, I multiply it with lamp ports per SOL, and then I always know how much SOL I want to send this way. Otherwise, it would be really long string. And this is the instruction. So it says the system program that it should transfer the SOL from the pub key, which is mine, to the pub key that is the recipient, and how much I want to send. It's that easy. It's just three things, right? And then, yes?
Why do you wrap a public key in another new public key file?
Good questions. The question is, why do I wrap? You mean the recipient here, right?
Yes. You created the recipient as a new public key, and then you put this into new public key.
Makes actually, I don't have to do that. I don't have to do it. Of course not. It's important that it's done once. Thanks. Good eye. Okay, and then we said those instructions are wrapped into a transaction so that we can sign it and send it. So we have to import the transaction here. And then we say const transaction is a new transaction. And then we say dot add, and then we add our instruction. That's basically it. And then on the last step, now we have prepared everything on our side. Now we want to send it out into the network and get the soul sent. So we say const, we call this one a signature because it returns us a signature. Wait, because it's an async network request. And then we need here send and confirm. Don't take the raw transaction, take the send and confirm transaction. Send and confirm transaction. And then what does it need? It needs a connection. So the connection we have. Then it needs a transaction. You also just build this one. And then we need the signers, which is my key pair. Looks good. And then we said we want to log the signature so that we know where to send it. So we say console.log. And we say signature. Okay, I think this should be it. We'll run this thing and then see how it works. I'm opening my terminal. Let's say node transfer.js. What? Again. Why? Oh, of course. I also have to run it. Yeah. Okay, this time it worked. So what you see now, it gave me back my signature here. The signature is basically where I can look up what happened on chain. So if I want to see now if my signature went through, my transaction went through, all I do is I go to the Solana Explorer, which is explorer.solana.com. And then I switch here to DevNet. And then I add in this signature, and now you can see basically what we just did. So that we just sent, here's the 0.1 SOL that we sent from here to the wallet. It's basically everything you have. So this is the way you can send SOL. Now, just as a fun fact, we were saying that we can have multiple instructions, right? So let's say we also want to send some SOL to the second wallet in our spreadsheet, if I can find it somewhere. Of course. Let's take this one here. And then I can say const second instruction. And I say again system program.transfer. And I say from pub key, which is again me. So it's key pair public key. And I say to pub key. Now we say new public key. And then again, I say the amount, which is lamparts 0.123 times lamparts per SOL. And then the cool thing here is, so there's my second instruction. And then all I have to do is I can chain it, and I just say add. And then I say here, second instruction. And that's basically all I have to do. So the second instruction is added into the transaction. And if we run this thing again, we have a new signature. And then if we go to the Explorer, you now see that we also sent us 0.123 sol. That's basically it.
So we made one transfer with two
programs. Yeah, with two instructions, and we sent to two wallets. We send sol now, and you can basically chain it. Yeah. Okay, so this was the example. I would say we do now, start maybe having a short lunch break. And then if you guys have questions, please come to me. We are all here. We can help you with finishing the code and getting everything up and running. And then when do we want to continue? About 2-ish? 2? Yeah, and then at 2 p.m., so in 45 minutes, we continue with the Blinks stuff. Thank you. Links links all blinking. Headset. Can you please double check that the sound is going because we had to switch the hardware? Thank you. So all right. So I hope you all had a good lunch break. I'm super excited to tell you two things actually. The first thing is we do have some merch. So if you guys want to have a t-shirt, he's your man. This is Carlo. And he's distributing merch. So he has a big box of shirts. Yeah. So you know, you got the alpha, you got the face. Now it's up to you. Don't forget, they're really nice. And then the second thing, which excites me even more, of course, is we are talking about my favorite topic today. So everyone who knows me knows that I'm super bullish on Blinks still. And I think Nick is also the case for him. And yeah, he's gonna guide you through a really, really nice Blink session where you can write your first Blink, see what's going in there, and also all the latest developments they did. So yeah, enjoy. I'm super psyched, and thanks, Nick.
So, hey everyone. Yeah, as
Just 1 second. In the evening, there's also some food coming here, so the lunch was a little bit for everyone itself, and evening we got it covered. Okay, enjoy the workshop.
Yeah, so I'm Nick, and today I'm gonna show you what blinks are and how to create like your first simple blink. So first of all, I prepared some slides to try to excite you. And basically, blinks, it's like a blockchain link, but with more benefits. On the left side, you see it's like link preview without buttons, and you can just only click and go to another website and perform your action on another website. But with Blink, you can usually perform your action directly on the website where you saw it. And there is a lot of use cases nowadays for Blinks. For example, Blinks integrated in Twitter or x.com. And like, say, when in Solana community users share some links which could work like a Blink, then it shows like this. It embeds like a special frame with buttons, and users can like donate someone, buy NFT, buy Sol, and stuff like this directly on X. And the coolest use case, since it can be embedded on X, then of course it might work on like any other website and stuff like this. And for example, cool use case that Drip is one of the largest like NFT platforms on Solana. They integrated Tensor NFT marketplace on Solana. So like Drip and Tensor basically achieved this integration within like maybe 5 minutes because they both use Blinks. And this is how it looks like. Its card is almost the same as you saw on X, but here in different style for Drip. And also another use case, same like this, Drip integrated Mellow. I think almost on the same day as they integrated Tensor, and also with help of Blinks. And this like Mellow or Tensor, it could be maybe your new product which integrated another product through Blinks. And now I want to show some use cases. What you can build is swap tokens. Like there is a lot of big projects integrated like Sanctum, Jupiter, Meteora, and I think even Pump and Fun building their own Blink. And all of this like works seamlessly across any other platform. Also, one more use case is mint trade NFTs. Vote in your favorite DAO, for example. And nowadays we have 500 more blinks, and it's integrated across all other wallets. Why it's important? Because in X use case, for example, it works thanks to the wallet. They integrated our library, and Blink like rendered as a Blink because of the wallet, which like massively increase adoption because users don't need to install like one more Chrome extension or something like this. And now I want to show some live demo, live experience of Blinks, just for you to feel what nowadays people are building. And as you see, there is even like rock, paper, scissors game built on Blinks, some quiz, the roulette game. Really, people are building everything, and when they build it, they don't need to care about the UI or like composability of their Blinks. They just need to compose transaction, as Björn showed you 1 hour before, and like this transaction can work as a Blink. Very cool experience. Yeah, so something like this. You build action provider, only one service, and it works across any other dApps, any other platforms. We take care about all of this stuff. And now I want to show how action looks like. Action is like a backend for Blink, and Blink uses the action to get the transaction information or like to understand what title, description, image it should show. And this is how it looks like. Just pretty human readable JSON. It's like icon, label, title, description fields. It's all standardized. There is a specification called Solana actions, and this is how the example of this specification looks like. And this is Blinks. So basically, it takes this action specification and it can interpret it like this. And yeah, it can work on any other website. And again, this is action, and this is how it works together. So Blinks know that there is like a icon field or title description, and it knows how to visualize it. So everything is standardized. That's why it can work with high composability. And obviously, like the action, it's stateful per each client because like you interact with action, it might complete, it might fail, and so on. So this is a brief diagram how actions works with Blinks. For example, assuming that user has a Blink client, like let's say installed the Chrome extension in another wallet, or visits, for example, a Drip website or any other website that integrates Blinks. First, when user sees this kind of URL, the Blink send a request to your service to get the information how to request, like to get information what should be visualized in the Blink. And this is first request when user sees the initial Blink. And then when user clicks any button, like here, whereas like it's kind of like donate example, so we can transfer Sol. This is exactly what we will build today. And when user clicks 1 Sol or 5 Sol or 10 Sol button, it sends the second request. I think my cursor not visible, but yeah, basically this is the second request. When user clicks button, it sends the second request to your action provider service, and you give the transaction. So it's like first request, you give the metadata, image, title, description, and so on, and the second request, you give the transaction. For example, it could be transfer transaction. And yeah.
For the previous slide, so in dialect is action provider?
Yes and no. For example, I'll show. So our website, since it renders Blinks, see this is Blinks. Dialect, yeah, in this way it works as action provider because it can render all Blinks. But also, for example, Phantom Wallet is also, sorry, you asked about action provider or action client, which is Blink?
Actually, both of them now.
Both of them. Okay.
The action is a code that is external. Right?
Yeah. So action provider is what you build. We will build today, and it's like your own service, which can explain a Blink how it should be rendered, like what kind of metadata it has, what title, description, and yeah, this is exactly this code. And Blink is the front-end part, what you see on the web page. So for example, this is a Blink, but behind every Blink, there is an action. And yeah, they like work together for end users. There is much more use cases when you can use action provider directly without Blink, but today we will just discover the most common scenario for B2C users. So did I answer your question? Yeah, and this is, for example, when user clicks button, then the Blink fetches transaction, and it might fail or complete, and you don't need to handle it. You just need to return transaction. All other stuff handled by Blink, and this is exactly what we built at Dialect. We built a library for other partners, for other platforms to render actions like this, like Blinks. Okay, I think this was a brief introduction on Blinks, what you can do and what we will do today. So maybe any other questions before we start into coding part?
Can I theoretically also put links on Facebook?
Yes, like Facebook, YouTube, almost everywhere. To put it on the external website, you need a Chrome extension or get it in our library. And for example, we can push the wallets to update our library, which will support the new website. For example, I think right now we have a pull request from some of the community members adding a YouTube integration. Yeah, we are reviewing it, and
that would be YouTube comments or YouTube video itself.
The idea is to add Blinks in the comments. So people share URL in the comments, and yeah, it can be rendered as Blink. And I think the description as well, the description under the video. For example, if the author of video posted a link, just a Blink under description, then yeah, it will also render as Blink. It might open a new e-commerce experience when people watch video, watch review, and buy something directly from YouTube. No, not officially. We didn't ask Twitter for this because it's we built, let's say we built a Chrome extension, and since users install this Chrome extension, Chrome extension can modify the third-party website when you visit it. That's for example, same way ad blockers works. You install ad blocker, when it sees Edge on the page, it can block it. Same way with our extension. When it sees the link, which is action, it can replace it with Blink.
But you mentioned that the Twitter does not require an extension right now.
Yes, because your wallet, like Phantom, Soulflare, Backpack, Bybit, OKX, and there is 3 more. They already serve works like this extension because we built a partnership with them. They integrated our library, and yeah, that's the insane end consumer boost because you just get it automatically when your extension updated in the browser, which happens in the background. And in this case, yeah, users don't need to enable anything or do nothing. Any other questions? Yeah.
First question is Blink, the button
Mhm.
How do I list, where should I list my NFT collection, and where should I make the setting for that this button shows up when I post the computer?
Yeah, so this is handled in the action provider. I'll show in like your component, your service that we will build today. It happens in the action provider. So when you post a link, our Chrome extension or a library can check if this link is an action, and if yes, then it sends a GET request to your service, and you need to respond with like image, title, description. That's how you configure what should be rendered. Basically, it sends a request, and you send the response with this metadata. And also, you describe like the layout of buttons that you have, the URLs for these buttons, and stuff like this, the input fields, and so on. And then when the user clicks the button, it sends one more request, but in this case to fetch a transaction. And since transaction like can be generated on your service, in this case an action provider, it can just serialize it and send it as string to the client. And like the other stuff works like user interact with the wallet, approve transaction, and it sends to the blockchain. So other part is same as for any other DEP. But like your action provider configures everything and lets the client know how it should be rendered.
Okay, so it's like I make an NFT collection with public, and then I go to your Chrome extension, and this generates me a link which I can paste into my Twitter post, or
You mean from the end consumer experience, like as a user? For example, I'm not sure about Drip, if Drip URLs work this way, but if you, for example, go to the Tensor website, the NFT marketplace, you open some NFT and you copy the link, you paste it on Twitter, and then, yeah, it will show as a link if you have the wallet installed. I think I can like quickly show it actually.
so the link connects to every NFT collection to the markets you partner with already.
Yeah, almost like this. I think I'll try to show. So for example, I go to the Tensor website. I choose collection, for example, medlets, and let's take this NFT, copy URL. It's copied URL. Just check that it actually works. Yeah, it just opens me this URL to Tensor. Now let's go to Twitter. It's called test for super team bootcamp. And now I post it. And yeah, see, it's rendered as a blink. So as a user, you don't need to do anything. You just need to have the wallet installed. If you have Phantom, Solve, Layer, or Backpack on Solana, you're good to go. And yeah, as a user, you can start using it. And the coolest thing here, that's you don't need to know about blinks at all, other end users. You just need to use the crypt as you use usually. And when you share the URL, you'll see the blink at some point of time.
Okay, so you don't have the extension now in your browser, so we don't see the buy or sell button, or why don't we see it?
No, this is the blink. This one.
Because it's just an offer. It's a custom. It's all in all. It's not like because you just posted now the link, but why should I use now a Chrome extension?
Because if you don't have Chrome extension, then it would look like a typical link. I'll show.
And the Chrome extension is there to show the picture of the NFT.
Yeah, so without Chrome extension, it looks like this, like a normal link, which you can click. But if you have Chrome extension or a wallet, like Phantom, for example, then it will show like this. See the difference.
So the extension is just to show the, not just, but this is to show the picture, and this is not.
Yeah, and you can type here, this is like offer NFT. You can type, for example, I want to offer 100 Sol for this NFT. Press make offer. Fortunately, I don't have this amount of Sol on my wallet. So I don't think I can execute this transaction, but yeah, basically now it opens like a normal sign transaction window in your wallet, and yeah, you can confirm it or cancel and sign, and it will execute. So it's not only a picture, it's also like to perform your action.
And when you write, I would purchase it or send Sol, it will show up in the betting feed of the platform?
Yeah. You sign transaction, it gets submitted to the cluster, and the rest works the same as if you used the website, because website do like the same. It also gives you a transaction, you sign it, it gets sent to the cluster, and website just visualize it. And yeah, like it's same as on the website, but less clicks.
And do my followers see that how much I betted on this?
No. Unless they know your wallet, because if since Solana is public blockchain, if you know someone else's wallet, you can open it in the Explorer and see how much money here, what transactions it executes, and so on. And yeah. Okay, let's try to set up something and run locally, just to play around with it. And for this, we will use a HONA framework. It's like a small library which allows you to write your API service to receive and send requests. And we will use Cloudflare workers, so we could deploy it to the internet for free, and it will be accessible for everyone. I prepared a template for you. I don't think it's visible, but you can scan the QR code, and it will open a repository that I prepared, and it has like all links and this command line which you should enter. Yeah. You just need to have Node.js and Cursor or any other IDE installed. It's the like program to run the JavaScript. Node, yeah. Okay, I see people still scanning. Okay, and if you open this QR code, it should open at this repository for you. I know, I think you're in the Cloudflare workers template folder already. And you see, yeah, okay. And you see there is a command which you can just copy and paste some small instruction how to run, the link to the documentation, and all useful links to Blink's documentation, to Dialog documentation, to Solana specification. So to the repository of examples. So everything here, you just need, if someone didn't scan the QR code yet, just do it now. Yeah, yeah. The npm create. So I'll also run it with you. I'll try to do also everything from scratch. Yeah, I'll just take this link. I have a Visual Studio Code here. I'll just create a new folder for this. Yeah, of course. And yeah, I'm going to use same command. When you run it, it asks you which directory you want to use for a project, and I'll just use the root directory. Yeah, it just generated the random directory for me. Just pressed enter. It will ask if you want to use Git for this. I'll add yes. Yeah, on the first step, it asks you the name for the directory, because it will generate the project. So it asks where the project should be located. I just pressed enter, so it generated the random name for me. Then it will ask if you want to use Git, the version control system for this. I also answered yes. And then it will ask if you want to deploy, and I'll press no for now. So as a result, it generated for us a folder with the project ready to be run and everything installed here. I'll just go in this folder. The command creates it for you. So did everyone were able to try this command and generate a project? I selected no for now. Because you can deploy later. Okay, we'll proceed to the next step. It asks you for a folder on the first step. So it's if you like scroll up your console, you'll see like it asks in which directory you want to create your application. If you just hit enter, it will create the name automatically, and you can find it here, the name of this folder that created for you. So when you install this, if you go into this folder, you should be able to run command npm run dev like this. And it should print you out a URL which you should be able to open in your browser. So you should get something like this, the URL, which you can open in your browser, and it shows you a JSON file. In your case, I think it will be not formatted like this. In your case, I think it will be something like this. So yeah, if you can open this URL in the browser and you can see the JSON file with some data, I'll show where this data coming from in a sec. Then yeah, it's everything well. Okay, looks like no questions. Let's try to proceed. And now if you go, if you open the index.ts file, it's a TypeScript. It's the file that get executed when you run npm run dev. And you don't need to understand like every line of it. We'll just focus on the core part because the other part is pre-configured for you and you like don't need to care about it. So if you open the line 35 in index.ts file, you'll see the app.get and then the pass and some response here. And this is basically like creates a handler for the first request, which is sent to your website when Blink tries to render your action. And as you see, this JSON response, it's the same as you see in your browser. So the title is send me some soul, and here it also send me some soul. And for example, if I edit it, like it's, for example, add me some soul test, and if I refresh the page in the browser, it will show me the stuff that I changed. Same way, like I can change description, icon, label, and so on. Like this is basically describes the metadata, how it should looks like, what kind of like title to show, image to put in the Blink, and so on. And now let's just take this URL. Now go to dial.to website. It's dial.to. We choose short name, so it might work in the future as a URL shortener for Blinks, but you'll see some spoiler. And you can paste the URL here in the input box. Click submit, and you see the metadata that we just show in the JSON file rendered here. So it's like, it knows that there is an input field called title, so it renders send me some soul. Same thing for description. It knows the name for a button, and so on. And this is basically like a Blink for your action, which is running locally. On the left side, like we usually put some validation errors. That's why it's like so big, so you could see if something doesn't work. But in this case, like everything is okay, and you can click like open public page, and it will show you only your Blink without some extra information. And typically, this is the page that can be shared to users. But you can obviously cannot share this page right now because you run your action locally, and no one has access to your local network. And yeah, let's take a look now at the transaction. So when user click this tip, yeah. Did you run it in the? I mean, did you run it, but you cannot. Are you sure that the port number is correct? Because yeah, And here in the terminal, you see that it shows you ready, on, and then URL. Yeah. You should run this one. You shouldn't close the terminal when you run it. So yeah, maybe you can show.
So it's here, right?
Yeah. You have another browser maybe to try.
It shows failed to fetch action.
Does it open for you if you open this link?
Yeah, so open this. Is it because you also ran the same thing?
No. Strange. Can you try Google Chrome?
Okay, yeah.
Okay, I believe everyone else has it's running. And now, yeah, I showed it. Basically, this JSON describes what the link should show on this page. And for example, if I edit some, again, title, here, let's write it. Like this. And if I just refresh the page here, you should see the changes you just did. So as I said in the beginning, there is 2 steps. First one, get the metadata. The second one is get transaction. And when you press this button, if you scroll down on the line 46, there is the second handler for your transaction. Just a sec. And as you see, on line 49, actually, it calls a function called prepare transaction, which basically do the same that Bjorn showed you previously. It like prepares also a transfer transaction, like from public key, which is payer in this case. So I'm the user who executes transaction. I'm the payer. To public key, and here I just hard-coded my voted public key. You can replace it, for example, for your own lamparts. So this is the amount of sol in lamparts that you want to transfer, and then it creates a transaction, just some boilerplate code. Yeah, and for example, if you click this button, it should open you a normal the wallet dialog change. And I think in your case, it will show like you're trying to transfer some sol, or actually, no, yeah, I think it should show that you're trying to transfer some sol. It might fail if you don't have enough balance. And just in case, this is mainnet, so don't approve it. It's the, otherwise I'll get your money. In my case, I'll approve approve because it's like transfer from my own wallet to my own wallet, so I don't lose anything and I don't get anything. Yeah. If you don't have Web3 wallet, you can install it. Just Google Phantom. Yeah, for example, Phantom or Backpack. I'll show 3 wallets. I'll just quickly open it because I don't want to show any one of these because I cannot choose the one they're all really good. So there's 3 wallets: Phantom, Backpack, and Soulflare. All of this has like its pros and cons. I use all 3 simultaneously because every one of them has something that I need, but none of them has everything in one place. So yeah, it's like you can research which one you like more and choose and download it. Yeah, but if you have the wallet installed, then yeah, when you click this button, you'll probably have it disconnect like this. When you click it, it will ask you to choose the wallet, and it will prompt you like the wallet you can use. If you, like, as me, has Phantom or Backpack or Soulflare installed, then you can use these ones. Or TipLink, if I remember correctly, it's the wallet that you shouldn't install because it's integrated on our website, but basically you can get a wallet if you have a Gmail address. So like you log in your Gmail account and they generate a wallet for you. Yeah, so getting back to transaction, when you click this button, choose the wallet, it asks you to sign transaction, and it gets transaction from this handler prepared transaction. And then we just send this transaction to the Blink client. So, and yeah, of course, like you can modify it, play around at your wallet address, see if it works like for you the same as for me. Like you transfer money from your own wallet to your own wallet and you don't lose anything. You can play around with this and check it works the same. Now I want to show a few more use cases for Blinks, what it could be. Yeah, just in case everyone got it up and running, yeah, on your local machine. So yeah, to open a Blink from your action running locally, you go to dial.to. Dial.to website. It's our website where it's like a collection of a lot of links that users add, and plus it's a toolkit for developers to test your action. And here in the text field, you can enter the URL that we opened locally previously. Yeah. If it doesn't load, I know that in Brave browser, there is a problem. They block this kind of request to your, like from the website to your local machine. They block this one. And this is exactly like this case. It's dial.to website tries to load data from your action running locally. And yeah, if it doesn't work, try it. First of all, okay, Chrome works, yeah. Chrome works, sometimes Safari works, but like Firefox, I think also works. So yeah, I think the only problem with Brave, because yeah, if you see it running locally here, then otherwise should be able to access it like this. I use Arc, and yeah, it works in Arc. And it's not like because of our website, it's like purely like browser-specific settings. It's in some browsers it's enabled by default to block this kind of request to your local machine. In some browsers it's not. So it just in conscious of time we recommend usually when people say it cannot load, we recommend try another browser.
Of course we have the code now, so we can switch to that net and we can switch to our own address and play around.
Yes. The DevNet, you can switch here on the line 22. It creates a connection to RPC, and it use mainnet, but yeah, you can switch to DevNet. But you should also in your wallet, in settings, you should also switch from mainnet to DevNet. Here. Just Solana DevNet, and it's the same for other wallets in Backpack, Software.
They have all my wallets already, so that requires
To export and import, yeah. So yeah, it's the same in other wallets.
to see any of that locally is not possible without the browser, without the direct
No, yeah, because like we built this specially built for developers to develop locally. It's like just the development tooling around the links.
How can I change the token in the index?
So there is two handlers, one on the line 35, which like has the visual metadata, and the another one on line 46, which has the code which creates a transaction. And I basically took the code that Bjorn written, so it's almost the same. If you look at this part, it's the same, like transfer instruction from some public key to another public key, which is hard coded here, and Lamparts. And as Bjorn say, like Lamparts is just the minimal amount of sol, and yeah, in transfer transaction is. With Bonk, it's more complicated.
But is it like this to add the token and the number of the token?
Not exactly, because in Solana, how things works that you have a native token, which is sol, and you can use it like this, as in the code. And all other tokens are non-native, and they work through another Solana program. So standard, I think now it's 2022. Only donate on mainnet. After those steps, you should get the Blink action and wallet configured for DevNet. I want to show a few more things, not the code related, but just to show what you can build with Blinks a bit more and show where all the examples located. Because we have like examples for every feature that you can accomplish with Blinks, and yeah, you can just play around with it. So with Blinks, like you can have a pretty custom forms with validation, with like select input checkboxes and so on. You can build your Blink the way that it doesn't go, as you saw when we confirm transaction, it just completes immediately. And that's it, you cannot perform next action. And you have a feature called action chaining, which like basically chains your actions so you can execute action A, action B, action C. I'll show example for this one so you can play around this. We have a feature called live data, which basically periodically updates your Blink. If you, for example, have some dynamic data, let's say the price of a token or anything like this, you can configure Blinks to be dynamically updated, like every second, every 5 seconds, so whatever interval you're comfortable with. One more feature we have, so currently we took a look at transaction signing, but there is also one more type of signing called message signing, which is different from transaction because nothing gets submitted to the cluster. So you just like sign some payload, some information, and you prove that it was signed by you. You create this kind of a proof stuff. And this is what message signing feature for. It's mostly applicable to non-Web3 experience when you want like to authorize user, but you cannot use like traditional methods of authentication or authorization, but you still need to prove that user is the user who owns this wallet, and you make the user sign some information and then execute some Web2 action, which doesn't require transaction. Yeah, and you can read about all of this in our docs. You can find stuff on our GitHub. I'll show just more directly where to look, and I'll show how to run examples. And also, if you're not subscribed yet, subscribe to our Twitter, because we announce all this stuff on Twitter, and it's like main source of information if you want track of Blinks and what happens in the ecosystem here. I think all these links in same repository when you scan the QR code. Yeah, and I want to show examples for you to learn, to study. Examples in our dialect labs. So it's github.com/dialectlabs. And there is a repository called Actions. If you open it, yeah, there will be some information how to set up it, running, some information about the examples here. It's a bit outdated because we have much more examples than written here. So, but I'll show which folder to dig into. And I will show how to get it running. So if you download this repository locally, you can, like, if you don't have the Git client, you can just download zip archive. If you have Git client, you can, you most likely know how to clone repository. You can use the git clone command. But if you download it as archive, it's also okay. Then you open this folder in your IDE. Like Cursor or Visual Studio Code we will use. And just a sec. Yeah, so it will be something like this. So this is the repository structure that you see on the GitHub here. So the most crucial, most crucial folder is examples, and there is the then you see 3 different folders. It's like different tools to get your action up and running. It's Express, Hona, Next.js, and I recommend everyone to use Hona. It has much more examples than the others. And if you open the example folder again, there will be like a ton of examples. And yeah, you can open everyone, look at the source code, how it works. It's like full source code. You should be able to get it running and to run it. It's like typical for any JavaScript project, or just in case the exact command is here. So you should run npm install. So always install the third-party packages. And then you should run the npm run dev command, which the same command that you run in previous step. So yeah, it will basically do the same action. It will also run the service on your local host, and which has like same actions as we saw, but like obviously with different transactions, with different representation, but it's all works in the same approach. And you can also, so it's running for me on the port 3003. If I go to localhost 3003, yeah, okay, if I go to this one, it wouldn't show anything because you need to open like a concrete action. And here again in the README, please read this README, it's everything here. I'll just open it in more readable format. Yeah, so yeah, briefly describe the examples that it has, and for example, the test URL you can use. And it's basically like you need this URL identifies some specific handler that handles your metadata and transaction stuff. And for example, I opened this one, it's from the README, you wouldn't miss it. You open it, and now you can use it like same way on dial.to. So if you copy it, go to dial.to website, paste it, and yeah, it renders me a different blink. For example, this blink is to buy Bonk from Jupyter, so you can buy real tokens. And obviously, the coolest thing here that you can just go, so it's called Jupyter Swap, and you can open just Jupyter Swap folder and take a look at the code and play with the code here, and you'll see all the changes on the dial.to, so you can like debug it and play and build something cool with it. And yeah, I think it covers almost all features that we have. So you can really learn by example, which I think the most productive way to learn something than reading the article or the doc. Yeah, if you get some troubles running examples, let me know. I'll be here for the whole week, and I can help you to run something if you have some idea, you're not sure it can be built with Blink, also feel free to chat with me. I can guide you and tell you if it's possible or not. Because like anyway, the Blinks, since it works on the same standard, it's kind of limited because everything that's standardized adds limitations. But yeah, I think nowadays Blinks are really very complex. People are even building a chess game with Blink. I'll try to find it. Someone built a Pokemon game, for example, with Blink, so you can play the game by executing transactions, and it's like shows the new image in your Blink.
Every action is a transaction?
Yeah, in this case, yeah. You mean to use another action in your website, or where? Like what kind of the use case?
Yeah, for example, if I have some decentralized exchange trading app
Mm-hmm.
and create some key which would execute based on some conditions, for example, like the price changes, and ask the user to authorize this action.
Where do you want to share this Blink on X, on your website? Because Blink is a link to some action, right? So where do you want to share this action? On your website or somewhere else?
On the website, yeah. But the question is more about actions. So is it possible to kind of create conditional orders for transfer or something using Solana actions?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, first of all, the Blinks are not, Blinks doesn't know anything about transaction, so you can build any transaction for any on-chain protocol, for any Solana program, and so on. And yeah, like you can build anything in your transaction, and yeah, it can execute whatever you want. So does that answer your question? Actually, I would say more Blinks are blockchain agnostic. So which means, yeah, like currently we have the Solana here, and Blinks works on Solana and well adopted on Solana. But technically, it could work on other chains too, because again, if you don't know anything about transaction, you don't need to work with this transaction, then yeah, you can just pass it in your wallet. And for example, if someone built a Blink for Ethereum and the user uses the Ethereum wallet, then it will work together. So it's like not tightly coupled into Solana, but it's like Solana action specification. And yeah, I think it's the most popular on Solana, but I think maybe OKX wallet has Ethereum integration working. I'm not sure, but I remember some of the wallets were reaching us and asking for other chains, and yeah, we prepared something for them. Yeah. Yeah.
But this is not right way for digitalizing. I don't want that in backend start in backend. It should start in chains.
Yeah, like the backend. Yeah, you're right. Like backend itself is not decentralized, and there is no need for it to be decentralized because you're the author of this backend, and you don't store anything on your backend. All data anyway stored on the Solana blockchain. So the data, the transactions, everything decentralized. Not decentralized, only like your action provider, which like works like a proxy, let's say, between Web3 and Web2 world. And like the internet itself is centralized, right? And you cannot like build something on the internet which is decentralized unless you use blockchain and you store data on the blockchain, which is the case for Blinks. And yeah, like.
I can directly call some smart contract without the backend.
like, you mean directly calling the Solana program? Because since we wanted it to provide more like a development tooling, right? So there is one people on the market that wants to execute some action, and there is other people on the market which are developers who wanted to provide transactions for users and some experience for users. And we basically connect them by blinks. And because like I still think that Blink is harder than build your own website, which would use your on-chain protocol. Blink is simpler, and yeah, it works like a connection between the users and on-chain protocols. But this way, you cannot build all the experiences in Chrome extension and provide it for all users. That's why it's like Chrome extension, then there is a Blinks layer, then there is on-chain program. So it's kind of like works like a proxy to on-chain program, because it's pretty common that, for example, on-chain program could be developed by team A, for example, and Blink developed by team B. And they just like, since on-chain program itself is decentralized, then the Blink developers can use it and like provide the new experience for users, and even yeah, for example, like it's pretty common for staking. If you want like to stake on Jita, for example, you most likely want to do it in the wallet directly. Like, let's say when you see your balance, you want to stake, and it's like much easier to build one Blink, let's say Jita Blink, and give the wallet to use, then make the wallets, every wallet to integrate Jita protocol. Because if wallets added support for Blinks, they can add Jita, they can add Tensor, Magic Eden, and any other like products which use Blinks. But if they do not integrate Blinks, they would need like tens of engineers for every project they want to integrate in their wallet. And yeah. Okay, I guess that's it. If any other questions or yeah, so really play around with these examples, try to run it, see how it works locally. Maybe you'll find something interesting that you want to modify, but yeah, otherwise there's probably all information, all links, and the scaffold template that you can use to get everything up and running in 5 minutes. Okay, yeah, that's it. I think I'll call Bjorn. I'm done there. Okay. I showed examples, how to get up and running. Actually, microphone is working.
Then let's do wrap up. Do we have to stream somewhere?
Actually, should I get it?
Oh, it's only the two of us. Perfect. Okay, so this was Blinks. For today, we said we keep it easy. So we showed you a soul transfer. We showed you what Solana basically can do, what it is, a bit of the network and stuff, what accounts are. We showed you also transfers and everything with Blinks. I think we have a solid 6 hours, 5 hours something done now. So now it's more or less the part where the networking would start. So feel free to maybe finish up your project, ask us questions if you have questions, because we are still around. Then there's going to be around 5:30-ish. There's going to be food. And yeah, that's been it. Then have a great afternoon. For those at the stream, guys, thanks so much for showing in. Tomorrow we will have Turbine takeover. So you will learn how to write your first Anchor program, how to deploy it, how to test it, all the good stuff. Maybe we will also have Jeff there. And yeah, that's it. See you tomorrow. Bye. Upload the stream.